Viewer discretion is advised.
Yes, a very good afternoon to everybody, and what a way to start our sunset safari with this small antelope. Of course, it's known as a steenbok, a nice male, and he's just busy foraging around here on the open clearing just south of our camp, and there you are, he's traveling around here solitary. But yes, I'm looking forward to this afternoon. But yes, good afternoon everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me on Rusty we've got Odie. Thanks for joining. So I'm squinting a little bit here. The sun is here, so I'm doing a one eye thing here. But yes, what a way to have a great start for the sunset safari. And as I'm saying, it's a nice afternoon. The weather's perfect. It's warm, a little bit breezy. But yes, I'm also a little bit nervous in a way, because I've got, I don't know why, I'm not supposed to be nervous, but I've got a bit of that survival challenge with Lauren this afternoon, which is going to begin very shortly. But for now, I'm just going to let my nerves settle a little bit with this beautiful steenbok, and we are just going to view it. But as you can see, it is a live and interactive show, so if you've got any comments or any questions, suggestions that you want to send through, if you are watching on the WildEarth app or website, make sure that you do register so you can send them through. Of course, joining us this afternoon is my competitor, Lauren, on Wendy, with, of course, Gert as her cam-op. And then up in Pridelands, we've got Chris and Johan. So Gert and Johan just did a bit of a swap today. And then all the way in the northwest in Madikwe, we got Andrew and Muscles and Paul. And down in the south, in the Eastern Cape, in Amakhala, Tess and Morgan. So yes, send those questions and comments through to us, please, and keep us on our toes for the afternoon. But yes, I'm just getting my nerve. I'm just trying to settle my nerves a little bit here with this steenbok. I'm hoping the steenbok is going to bring me some luck. Cameron, yes, survival skills. Indeed, it's just down my alley, but there's one that I'm feeling a little bit nervous about. I've got a feeling that Lauren has got an upper hand on me on one of them, but maybe two, or maybe none. Let's see. We shall see very shortly, but for now, we are just sitting with this lonely steenbok, as he is enjoying a good all afternoon feed in the shade of looks like a apple leaf. It is a nice warm afternoon. It's perfect afternoon for that survival challenge. Perfect. And on top of that, I'm sure we're also going to look around and see what else we can find for the day. Might go and follow up on Mohawk, that male lion that was seen around Gurry Dam later on. But yeah, as we're gonna slowly head off to our little points, let's see what the weather is like today.
Oh, Cedric, you be nervous. You keep being nervous over there, Cedric, because I am determined to let the games begin. Oh yes, everyone, it is challenge day. Okay, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit nervous too, but I'm going to pretend that I'm not. I'm pretending that I got this. Anyway, my name is Lauren. I do have Gert back on camera with me, who I think is going to have really good time laughing at everything that I do today. But what we're doing today is to say thank you to all of you who helped us. It's a glorious day, but take a look at the environment. It's beautiful, right? but it's barren. Imagine being out here on your own with nothing. You're stuck, you're lost. Where are your survival skills? What do you think of when it comes to survival? Well, theriomorphic. Think like the animal. So a lot of the skills that we're actually going to do today, I'm going to think like the animal that would perform that skill and try and tune into that animal and see how successful I am at surviving. Remember, in the wild, not every single animal is supposed to survive. Some animals, well, if they're the weaker ones, they may not survive, and that's exactly how populations work. It's only those skills for that species that allows them to thrive that means they're going to survive. So survival skills are really important. So today's just a whole bundle of fun, but we are competing, Cedric versus Lauren. Do I look scary? No, that's laughing. That means I don't look scary. But I'm very excited. So the next time you see me, I will be on to challenge number 1, which we're not going to tell you exactly what it is just yet. Alpha, you're looking forward. Well, so am I. Kind of. Anyway, I better get bumbling. We've got places to go and things to do today. It's a busy one. And of course, after we've done all the survival challenges, I will be at the hyena den. For those of you that maybe missed that news this morning, we found Intima, and I'm pretty sure she just gave birth. There are definitely cubs in there, but from the behavior, the sounds, the blood, everything, I'm pretty sure she gave birth in the wee early hours of the morning this morning. So we'll definitely be there later, but for now, survival. Yes. I know that Cedric is nervous too, but I think it's going to be very, very funny. Not every single being makes it out here. If every single animal survived, then we would just have populations of animals everywhere. It wouldn't make any sense. Of course, the weaker ones do get wheedled out so that the stronger genes can get passed on. And if any of you were watching the other day, I was talking about the red queen, the polar bears. It was the nervous seals that survived because they were cautious. So the stronger ones will always win. I'm going to prepare for challenge number 1, and you guys are going to go over to Chris.
Good afternoon, and it seems that we are back. Here at Pridelands, and my name is Chris. Sorry, I was just checking this elephant because it was looking at us quite funny. And with me on CamOps is Johan again, and he's back here at Pridelands for another day. And we are going to look for some lions. Those lions from this morning was actually, well, lion headed back to the dam. And we first want to find the buffaloes. And then after that, we're going to try and see if they are still around and where they've gone to from there. But for now, we've got elephants. What a way to start off with Pridelands. It's very quiet, no wind, very little wind. Now, it doesn't look like a breeding herd. There's just this one elephant and then another elephant. Oh, my volume is very high. Just need to... Hello there, Queenie. Sorry, I have to just adjust my volume. It's quite a bit loud. Absolutely wonderful day out here in the bush. And temperature-wise, I could not have asked for any better. It's nice and warm. It's a little bit warm, but not hot. It's a nice, warm, late winter afternoon. And perfect weather. Okay, the herd of buffalo was at Ndlovu at camp this morning. That's in the central parts of the concession, and they've moved northwest from there towards where we are now, which is close to the northwestern corner where Leopard Dam is situated, and that's what I'm going to do after these elephants, to check Leopard Dam. And then from there, kind of like do a zigzag maneuver. It's kind of like in a southeastern direction to try and see if we cannot intercept those buffalo. And then from there, I'll backtrack the buffaloes back towards Leopard Dam to see if those lions are not perhaps trailing those buffaloes. Then make my way to Ndlovu Dam and see if we can't see the lions. The reason I'm not going there now, they are very likely asleep and very, very flat. Probably not in a spot where we can view them. But they are around there. That's a nice thing. Look at that beautiful sunny weather that we've got here. Almost no wind. A question from Fatima asking if I think the elephants recognize me in the area. I think to a certain extent they probably can recognize the sound of different vehicles and different noises coming from the vehicle. Definitely there are some elephants in our camp that will recognize me. There's often one or two culprits that causes trouble in camp that we often chase out of the camp. And I think they do know my voice by now, because I do that a lot, as well as some of the other instructors. But there's no way to prove it, though. But I firmly believe that they do recognize at least the different vehicles with different noises as such. No, definitely not a herd. It's only these two bulls. The other one is a little bit further away. We can't see it from here. I think after this, I definitely want to get that herd of buffalo, which we did find this morning, but unfortunately, it was in an area where signal didn't really play along. At least we know now where they've gone to, so we can try and find them. And they have moved into, I would say, a slightly better area with regards to broadcasting signal.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
is just not moving. That raisin bush slash grass little canapé that he's having seems to be very tasty. And I can see there's also a drongo around. I can't see it now. There was a drongo around there. Oh, it's gone. A drongo is a bird for our newer viewers. The small little black bird that reminds you of a flycatcher. And they're often associated around elephants to try and catch flies that are attracted by the elephants and other insects that the elephants obviously disturbed. Trying to see where the drongos have gone to now. A small little bird. Right, let's go and find the buffaloes, shall we?
All right, so survival challenge number 1. Yes, we are looking at a vervet monkey. That's not my challenge for now, but I am going to challenge the monkeys and, of course, Lauren. And I'm going to try and do what monkeys do best, and that is climb trees. All righty then. So challenge number 1, the whole idea of this challenge, remember, it's called survival challenge. So why I'm going to be climbing a tree, if I'm walking in the bush and I find that I'm in a little bit of a predicament, I've had this situation before, I had a buffalo coming for me, what did I have to do? I had to climb a tree. So of course the challenge between Lauren and myself now is who can climb the highest. Now that is the challenge. Of course she's got her own tree, but my tree I've selected is a nice apple leaf. All right, let me start. Then, all right. Yep, you have to always make sure there's no snakes here. Hello. All right, all good. All right, let's go. Always make sure that you got a nice tree. So if that buffalo is coming for you and is there even an elephant or something, make sure that you can get into this tree very quickly. All right, if I fall out here, just look away. All right. Ooh. Right, step number 1. I'm up here so far. Oh, it's high. I'm a little bit afraid of heights. Let me just put it out there quickly. I am afraid of heights. Not a little bit, I'm afraid of heights, yes. So this kind of becomes quite a challenge for me. So I'm actually challenging myself here. All right, Odie, if I fall out, just point the camera another way. All right, I don't know where else I'm going to go. Oh wait, I can go this side. All right, here we go. So, ooh, all right. All right, don't worry, it's just a dead branch. There we go. All right, here we go. Now, I don't know, I'm getting now a little bit afraid. I don't think I'm going to stick to this. You know, it doesn't look high from where Odie's sitting now with the camera. But for me, this is high. I'm shaking. As I say, I'm not the best with heights. So I think Lauren is good with this one. And I think she's going to definitely challenge me and take this. But let's see. You never know. You never know. I've got a good tree here. All right, Odie, what do you think? This way. Huh? Higher. Melissa, this is Cedric trying to act like Tarzan, but clearly I don't have the confidence and the heart of Tarzan here. So, this one. Yeah, but that's high. That's very high. Yeah, but that's very high. There. No, I can't. There's no ways. I'm gonna fall. No, I think I'm gonna stick to this height. Sorry, Odie. I disappoint you. I tried. All right, but this is hard. Okay, so now I'm very safe from things. well, most things except like leopards and lions. But if a buffalo goes down here, I'm out of the way. If a rhino comes past, I'm out of the way. So yes, survival. If I need to sleep in a tree, I don't think I'll use this one. I'll look for another one. But yes. All right, Jordan. I think I'm going to try and get down here. How do I get down? What do I do here? All right, slowly does it. All right. There we go. Challenge 1 done. Woo! Don't worry, I will. Well, I'm going to try and get down. Let's go and see Lauren's skills. These things are dead.
That sounded entertaining, but ta-da! I'm in my tree. People work smarter, not harder. No, I'm only joking. I've got a tree to climb. Now, I'm out here in the wild. I don't have much choice. I need to look. That is Tambeta, by the way, in case you see a house. I need to look at the nearest tree. I'm going to channel a leopard, not a monkey. Cedric channeled a monkey. I'm going to channel a leopard. They are far more graceful than I am. This tree has wire on it. Most of the marullas do, but it's there, so I'm going to utilize it. And I'm going to be fast and agile, but I'm also going to be careful. I'm not a leopard, I'm a human. So I need to be as careful as possible. So here we go, Lauren. Can you do this? Let's hope that you can. Please don't laugh at me, everyone. I used to climb trees as a little girl, so I actually think I got this. Okay, stage 1, I'm up. I'm out of harm's way. But to be honest, the lions down there are coming for me, so I want to get higher. There we go, just like a leopard getting into the fork of the tree. If I'm going to be up here for some time, people, kickaboo, I want to have my bum positioned somewhere where I'm really quite happy. So I'm going to swing around here. Yep. Cindy D, thank you. I have got this. I think I'm quite high. I think I'm quite stable up here. I could go higher, but you know what? I'm going to do what a leopard does. I'm safe. I can rest. I'm actually out of breath, which is crazy because I work out every day. I can see all the threats coming nearby. I'm safe, guys. I feel safe. Hyenas can't get me. Buffalo can't get me. Elephants can't get me. Maybe a leopard could come and join me, but I think I got this, everyone. Marullas are good trees, but obviously in the wild, in an emergency situation, you might not have a choice. You just gotta run. But they're good. You can really grip on with my really sharp talons. The bark, this is why leopards enjoy them. Easy to grip, and of course really fat, flat and stable branches. This is actually really comfortable. Yay. You can see why the leopard's legs dangle now. I think I might need to rest up here actually until challenge number 2. I could definitely go higher, but I've got to save my energy. I'm clearly out of breath already. But challenge number 1 down. Moving on to challenge number 2.
Hello, welcome everybody. Thanks so much for joining us out here on a very fine sunny afternoon in Madikwe Game Reserve. How awesome is it today? Nice and warm as expected. Yes, my name is Andrew. Good afternoon, welcome. And that's Paul, just behind the camera. And we are here on our last drive. So we are going to end off with an absolute bang. So we've got this giraffe bull, but he's busy walking away at the moment. So I just want you to catch him just before he heads off. Now, it's funny how animals work because we've been parked here for about 6 minutes or so, and this bull was just standing there, really waiting to have all of his shots taken. And then you guys came to me, and then this giraffe bull walked away. Happens so often out here, it's crazy. Same with the birds and some of the smaller critters. And he's often stopping and staring around. Remember, that lioness was around here this morning. She was walking all over the place here with her cubs. And she eventually made a kill north of here. So her scent is probably around here. But I think also he's just looking for the other giraffes because it's pretty spread out here. And there is other giraffes also in the area. So he'll actually see them from a very far distance and just stare at them, see where they're going, what they're doing, and all of that. But it is lovely this afternoon, really nice and warm. This morning we woke up and we mentioned it was quite chilly and cold. And we presumed it was going to be a nice warm day because it was clear skies. And this afternoon we were rewarded with some very nice warm temperatures. It's going to be perfect for safari, I think. I think for now it's probably going to be a little bit quiet for the first part because it's so warm. But later on things will really start to pick up. Oh, Elaine, thanks. Thank you for that. You've got Cedric saying going there, boom shakalaka. That's a cool saying that Cedric's got going. It really is catchy to him. But thanks for sending that along. Yeah, no, it's not 100% goodbye. You will see me from time to time, so don't worry about that. I'm looking forward to the next chapter. And that's what life is about. Your life is a book filled with chapters, and each chapter tells its own unique sort of thing. And it's important that we build on those chapters, build on the story. And the only way you can do that is to grow. Just brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I think we're gonna head north a little bit just now. We're gonna see if that lioness isn't still there with her older daughter and her 3 cubs that were seen this morning. We saw them, so we know more or less where that area is. And she made a kill, and it was an impala by the looks of things. So probably finished, but I think more than likely laying in the shade somewhere. So we'll head up there and just check. And if nothing, we'll just keep on going a bit further north. And then later on this afternoon, around 5 o'clock, we are going to be picking up the next naturalist, so I can show them the ropes, show them the roads and stuff. And we will still leave that for a surprise. But you will all be stoked to see who it is. And I know this person is very excited to be out. First time with WildEarth. Miles, I haven't seen them grazing on grass. I've never seen that personally. But you know, whenever you have animals in situations where they're starving, they'll eat things that they don't normally eat. And if there's only grass available, then they would probably eat it. Actually, that's wrong. I have seen a giraffe grazing before, yes. So in one of the reserves that I worked, a female giraffe was introduced, and she was hand raised, this female giraffe, and she was introduced into an area of the bush to, you know, go free. And so she used to do a few things, you know, out of the norm, like try and mount eland antelope. And she's a female giraffe, so a little bit of strange behavior going on there. And then also she was grazing grass next to the eland antelope as well. It seems like she reckoned that she was an eland. Who knows? Just great, that beautiful giraffe just walking on. Darcy, thank you so much for your comments. Darcy, it's very nice to get that comment from you and all of you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to end off with an absolute bang. And, you know, even if you don't see too much out there, the bonus is that we're all together on safari. Whatever we see today is going to be a bonus, a cherry on the top. But I mentioned the other day, often, you know, when it's your last day of your cycle or last day of your stint, you usually see something pretty cool. So, yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that one. I'm hoping it's going to be leopard. I really am. We've already seen caracal while we've been out here. That is also quite a feat in itself to see caracal. One of the guides has seen pangolin recently and a serval recently. Those are really good finds. Lovely, just soaking up the sun over here. Really is going to be a nice drive this afternoon. Going to check out Chikudu Dam. If we're in the area, we'll check out Kolobeng Dam as well. Going to drive some of the roads that we enjoy so much. Good one. We're going to carry on north, see if that lioness is still around. Let's go to Amakhala with Tess.
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon, everybody. I can't believe it's Andrew and Paul's last day already, but I suppose the time has come and it's time for them to move on to another adventure for a little bit, and then they'll be back. My name is Tess. Behind the camera is Morgan. Thank you for joining us on safari today. We're looking out over the basin. It's a beautiful view. Look at this place. We're standing on top of a mountain, looking out over an immense open plain, right at the foot of all of the mountains. And what are we looking for? We're looking for lions. So this morning, the lions were on the ridge directly opposite us. They were walking along, and it seems like they wanted to go down into the basin. So what better way to start the afternoon than with a viewpoint where we can scan for them from a distance. It is so pretty up here. Change my view a little bit. I'm going to move a little bit higher up. This place is exceptional. Also, can I say I'm wildly impressed with Lauren's tree climbing skills? You climbed that tree so fast. Big ups to Lauren on challenge number 1. My goodness. Deserved a round of applause. She climbed up there so quickly. Well done, Lauren. Right, so it seems like this morning the lions were on a bit of a mission. If I was them, I would be down in the riverline. Nice and cool on a hot day. Then aren't the views of Amakhala just amazing? I feel like we could sit here all afternoon and not get bored. There's just so much to see. The longer you sit, the more different animal species you see. You see all the little different plants. A beautiful river system. You can see those pathways the elephants have created walking right the way through the middle. That's where I'd be if I was a lion. Now, this is definitely one of the warmest days that we've had here by far. Morgan was actually in a t-shirt just now. I'm still not. But that does mean that the lions are probably going to be a little bit lazy for the start of the afternoon. And who can blame them? It's a great place to be lazy. But I'm hoping if we drive all the way along and keep scanning into this riverbed, we might end up spotting them at some point. Now the plan is to start, we're on the far kind of southwestern side of the basin. On the mountaintop, we're going to start here and we're going to drive all the way along what's known as the ridge. Right on top of the mountain itself, there is a road that runs from where we are all the way along to the eastern edge. Absolutely unreal. This place is incredible. So just imagine us just now. We're going to be driving all the way across on the top of the mountain there on the right. We're going to keep going until we reach the other side, and then we're actually going to cross down. We're going to come down the mountain into the bottom of the basin and have a look out for those lions. And this morning we were lucky enough to find the cheetahs. However, they were being very lazy. So they certainly preempted a nice warm day. But I think the lions are going to be lazy as well. How cool would it be though, since we're talking about all of the different cats, and I know Andrew's hoping to find a leopard this afternoon. Imagine a leopard in that little cave you can see on the right there. Perfect spot, am I right? Cape leopard, so different to the leopard that Andrew would be looking for. But imagine a leopard sitting next to that aloe, a beautiful orange flowering aloe. Oh, just sitting in the cave, overlooking the view. Seems like a great way to spend your life. I don't actually know what I'd do if we saw a leopard. Giraffe, that is definitely a good point. Amakhala is beautiful enough that you don't even have to have sightings to enjoy this place. I mean, just the change scenery, caves like this one filled with aloes and all the different things, and there's an even bigger cave behind us, and there's open plains and thickets and dune forests and mountains everywhere. But never mind that, we have been so incredibly lucky with sightings. I think it's actually impossible to come to Amakhala and not see amazing animals, because it's just, it's so productive. Honestly, I'm wildly impressed. Wildly impressed. I have a feeling the line, so you can see where the river starts to bend and it starts curving towards the left, and that kind of beigey section disappears. I have a feeling they're down there. No, far away. Because if I think about it, up at the, literally directly above the river, that's where they were this morning, coming down towards the river. In my mind, they should be there. In that curve that Morgan is showing you, they should be somewhere around there. Sheldon, yes, unfortunately for the lions and the cheetahs, they are in direct competition of each other, no matter where they are. It's not just at Amakhala. Because they're both big cats, they will be in direct competition over food sources, everything from warthogs all the way up to eland. And so if they're sharing the same area, they will have conflict. It is unavoidable. However, how they choose to manage that conflict, that is what matters. We know that predators often bump into each other, and predators actually trail each other, and the lions here at Amakhala have been trailing the cheetahs for a while. But the cheetahs have been avoiding them very successfully. All they have to do is make sure that they don't give the lions a reason to come and chase them. Trailing at a distance, that's okay, it gathers information and they can get away from that. But they definitely don't want to step on any toes when the lions have a kill, or get caught anywhere that they shouldn't be caught, where the lions might have an advantage. So all the cheetahs do is they keep moving. They stay alert and aware, especially when they have a kill. And the lions actually generally tend to stay down here towards the river. So they've kind of avoided the area of the cheetahs. However, we had those 3 male cheetahs walking straight across this open clearing on the left-hand side just the other day. And the lions were behind them, coming from that same curve in the river. So occasionally they do intermingle. There was an interaction, I believe, last week of the male lion with the 3 male cheetahs. He was on a kill and the 3 male cheetahs walked past and he didn't even pay attention to them. So he was more distracted by his food than he was by the cheetahs. So it really depends day to day, but unfortunately any predators will always be in direct competition of each other, and that includes the scavengers as well, brown hyenas, spotted hyenas and jackals.
Stay up to date with the latest happenings at WildEarth. Discover what goes on behind the scenes and get a weekly recap of the best moments on the channel.
He's got it! And he's straight up a tree!
Sign up to be an explorer and receive our newsletter written just for you and sent straight to your inbox every week. WildEarth Explorers, a club for people who are passionate about nature.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
There's quite an intense set of thickets on this one mountain face quite close to us. That slope is unreal. You can see that it kind of looks like the plants are going from top right down to bottom left. That is the slope of this mountain. Can you imagine the lions or anything like that trying to climb here? And that's probably why there are so many aloes. It's one of the few surfaces where there's untouched aloes on the edge of the mountain. I think it's so steep that the elephants can't actually get there. So all of those beautiful bright orange flowers, that leads straight up to the viewpoint where we normally show you the close-ups of the aloes. It's the part that the elephants can't reach. Now the lions, on the other hand, would probably be able to slide down there. I don't want to say walk down there. They would probably slide, but they could probably do it quite fine. So it's not impossible for them to be on this slope either. And leopards for sure would be up and down. If only we could find a leopard at Amakala. But I think for us it's time to head towards that far mountain and see if we can get down towards that bottom basin and hopefully find you some lions.
It's getting tense here, everyone.
I'm ready for this challenge.
Are you?
Let's
Me
do it.
too. It's time for challenge number 2, which is indeed to dig, that's my microphone, to dig for water. Just like an elephant.
This is my weapon.
This is my weapon.
Ooh.
We're going to channel our inner elephants, but it's not all about speed. Water is a liquid of life, so it's about the quality of the water.
And to get some quality out of this water, or out of this sand, it's going to be quite interesting.
We're going to drink it too. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Boom. Okay.
We are in the Mawati. Perfect place to come to for water, and this is exactly where the elephants come. So I'm going to start my digging process.
But you're not going to use your hands. That's the way.
I don't know why Cedric's laughing.
All right,
Okay.
yeah. As you can see, we've got quite a few holes around here. Why? Of course, a big thing is elephants are very clever. Very, very clever. So they know exactly where the water is underneath the ground. So we are going to take their advice.
I'm already getting water.
Me too. Oh,
Not quite
you have to dig deep to get to this clean water.
You really don't have to go far down.
Are you far? Are you gone deep?
No, you get water pretty soon. This is groundwater. This is amazing. This is exactly what the elephants come for. I would taste it, but I've got sandy hands. Okay, I need more. No, I've got an avalanche of sand going into my water hole. Cedric. Wow.
You have to play dirty. Well, we are getting dirty, so...
Oh, rock candy Susie. I'm cute. I don't know about Cedric.
I am. Thank you. Thanks, Rock Candy Susie.
Cedric, I think I've got enough for a glass.
Me too.
Okay.
But we'll have to...
I don't want any sand to
it's
fall
very
into
murky.
my hole.
Oh, I just pushed a whole lot of sand back into it.
Right, everyone, the next part of the challenge. I came prepared. We drink. Cedric! I'm going to come and
Dirty
analyze
tactics.
yours first. Let's see what you have achieved.
Oh, but yours is so perfect. It's like a little bowl. Mine is just a mess.
Oh, that's pretty impressive. I wish I could show you guys. I don't
Alright.
want to ruin your hole, but here, scoop some out and show us what you got.
All right, let's get to it. And there's a lot of water in here. Loads of water.
Remember, we've had a lot of rain recently as well, so the water sits just under the surface. It's a whole sort of table of groundwater under here. Oh,
Jackie, darling, yeah, sandy water. But the thing is, a very important thing here as well, you have to try and scoop from the top because all the sediment really settles to the bottom. So you just try and take it from the top.
Oh,
Ooh.
yummy. Okay.
This looks like an Avo
Smoothie.
smoothie.
That's something I would drink.
Yeah, I think Lauren's gonna love it. Looks very
Okay.
healthy.
I'm being very careful here, everyone. Don't want too much sediment.
I did not know one is so terrible. Mine's got flavour, that's the main thing. Flavour. Wow!
Wow!
Yeah, but the whole idea, I don't know, I think you know what, we're not going to drink this entire.
Guys, come on. Which one would you drink?
Chocolate flavour or vanilla? What would you like?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, cheers.
Cheers,
Yeah,
sitters.
but yeah, that's amazing.
I'm actually going to do it. It's actually really nice. Just tastes like earthy organic water.
It does, eh? This is fantastic.
Are you going to finish it?
Yeah, of course, I've got some garnish inside, yeah, everything.
Well, cheers, everyone. As we get ready for challenge number 3, we're going to send you guys over to Pridelands.
Well done.
Right, we still have another elephant bull while looking for those buffaloes, and this guy's obviously had quite a substantial mud bath. And now he's just rubbing it off. Yeah, he's talking to the other elephants with that rumble. Another one scratching there in the front. I've got a question there from Bill Peter, and unfortunately I couldn't really get the last bit. I'm going to ask Jordan at Master Control to just repeat that for us again. And while we wait for that, it will come through just now. All right. Do all elephants get along with each other in the wild? Bill Peters, generally speaking, yes. Okay, now, here comes the curveball. Like always, I like to strip down these questions, because there's a stock standard answer. Yes, they do. But big old bulls, when they're in must and there's ladies around, don't get along. They fight each other. And those fights can be intense. Okay, but let's look at elephants. Generally speaking, we get along with our siblings and our aunts and our parents and so forth. Elephants are the same in a herd scenario. Youngsters want milk. Mum doesn't want to give milk immediately. They throw tantrums. So they go through very similar emotions that we do. So generally speaking, yes, they get along, but they would sometimes have a bit of a disagreement between them. In most cases, not severe, but in the case of high-ranking bulls that are in must, and both competing for the attention of a cow, could result in some serious battle, where they can actually hurt each other so bad, it can cause mortalities. And I've seen this, or the results of such a fight. I once found a big old elephant bull that was full of holes made by the tusks of another elephant bull. So they seem to be gentle giants, but they do have a side that can be frightening to watch. It's not a very common occurrence though. So we're still looking for the buffaloes, but we keep on bumping into elephants, which is also okay. Goodness. My apologies. He's just resting his head there in the trunk. Bella wants to know, how long is the digestive process? Bella, it's a continuous thing, but obviously one particular piece of plant matter takes roughly about a day before it's gone fully through the system. But it is constant because they are constantly eating, so they're constantly defecating. He's gonna come and take a look at us now. So the way he's approaching, that's okay. His ears are open. It's okay. There's no aggression there. I'm not worried. He's just putting his ears out to listen, not to intimidate us. If it's lifting the ears open and lift head, points the tusks at you, that's a little bit more of an attempt to intimidate. If he's just curious, often I get asked, don't you think the elephant is angry at you if it opens his ears like that? No, it's just trying to hear. It is my friend half drunk though. Look at him. Yeah, you can recognize my voice. You were very naughty in camp the other day. It's half drunk. And you realized it now. He's a naughty one in camp, this one.
Chatting around the fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
So you can see with this lion track that we are looking at, well, lioness track, I suppose, that if she's been moving this way, and the track is on top of the rain, which was last night, that was the rain, you can see all of these little bits in the soil, moving up that way, that she would have moved sometime this morning. So if we didn't already know that she was here, then we would have to come and have a look at the actual soil type, have a look at when the raindrops were here. Are her tracks on top of or below the raindrops? Because they're on top of the raindrops, she moved sometime this morning, because the rain only stopped early hours of this morning, but not as fresh as the vehicle tracks that are on top and to the side. So that tells us it was earlier this morning that there were vehicles around after she was moving, and she was moving that way. Size-wise, it's a female. We know it's a lioness track because of the 3 lobes at the back and the nice 4 toes in front with no claw marks going that way. So she's probably got a few hours head start on us, which she does. And interesting, we've just heard on the radio that they may have found them going that way. So that's the plan. Let's hope we can find this girl and the rest of the pride.
Now we've managed to find some warthogs here, and by far these are the reddest warthogs I've ever seen in my entire life. Look at them, they are so red, it's unbelievable. Now most of you would have seen that the reserve is the roads, and the soil out here is very red. It's iron rich soils which are red. And most of the reserve is just covered in this red dust. And so warthogs spending time in dust and then also in burrows, they do take the complexion of the soil and happens to be red. And it's really nice, isn't it? I think it's really cool. So far I've seen a white warthog, a grey warthog, I've seen a brown warthog, and I've seen a red warthog in my lifetime. At Amakhala, there's a lot of calcrete which powders, which is a calcium sort of rock, if you could say. And so that powders, and a lot of animals and birds like to dust bathe in that. So at Amakhala, the one day I saw this white warthog, almost reminded me of those characters in Pirates of the Caribbean. And so now today I've seen a red warthog. And they're just grazing away, enjoying the sun. It's nice and warm. Let's all graze, get full as we can, and tonight when it gets dark, go back to the burrows, and redder we shall be. Interesting animals, warthogs, they really are interesting. Very smart animals. I don't know if people realize how smart warthogs are, but out in the Kalahari, the warthogs out there, they sniff out the truffle. Melissa, the red soil will have a lot of iron in it, and we see this with a few animals, such as sandgrouse. Sandgrouse often dust bathe in the roads and in the powder sand, and many will think, oh, it's the animal spring, which it is, I guess. It's dust bathing, but it goes beyond that. What happens is with sandgrouse, and also when they dust bathe in the red earth, their feathers absorb some of the minerals, the irons and so on. And then they go back to the nest, especially with sandgrouse, they fly back to the nest, and the chicks that are growing up, they pick off these nutrients off the adult's tails or adult's bodies. So yes, it's going to be quite full of nutrients, and we see this. I mean, there's a lot of plants that are able to grow out here, and plants need nutrients. Plants can't grow in soils where there's no drainage and lack of nutrients. And plenty of that here. Look at this young male warthog walking here. You can see the warts now developing on his face. That's going to be seen as a male. What should we do now? They're just going to walk along us. Yeah, should we try and re-angle? Okay. We'll send you to Lauren in the meantime. She sets up another challenge, so just in time. Thanks, Lauren.
such a beautiful, hot, sunny winter's day. I've already had my fill of delicious water. What could I possibly be doing next? Seems like it's spa day. I'm gonna go wallowing, everyone. But first I want to just explain the importance of wallowing for my survival. I'm out here alone. I need to be healthy. I need to maintain my health. I need to get rid of all those parasites. I need to cover myself in mud to protect my skin from the sun. Also, just want to have a little spa. Oh my goodness, what have I signed up for? I'm sinking. But serious, wallowing is important to many animals. Okay, not all, but many animals out here need to get in the water. They need to thermoregulate. Like I'm about to do. Oh my goodness. Wow. This is delightful. I can't believe I'm doing this for a challenge. Oh, it's actually quite lovely. Scratch the belly, cool down. Wow, everyone, I think it's safe. Do I meet the wallowing expectations? Maybe I should. My cameraman's really enjoying himself. Just want to make sure that I'm really protected from the sun. Oh, I've got some ticks I need to get rid of. You know, if you're going to survive out here, you need to be healthy. You need to eat, you need to have water, but you also need to look after your body. I'm not going to touch my face, but I think you guys will forgive me. This is actually quite fun. Chad, do you want to come in?
No thanks.
Are you sure?
I was mud wallowing yesterday.
Oh, you did it yesterday. Okay. But in all seriousness, this, you will see rhino tracks everywhere. This is a wallow of a rhino. So I think, guys, I successfully completed challenge number 3.
All right, survival challenge number 3. Yes, I know that Lauren was doing a lot of mud wallowing and all that. Good survival tactic. My survival for the mud wallow, for the water holes, is if I get maybe like a buffalo or something that's going to be chasing me and there's no trees around here, what am I going to do? I'm in Treehouse Dam. Good way to get away from that. Sorry. All right, there was not a subtle dive. I was supposed to dive off there, but I've got long toes. So yes, so I'm in Treehouse Dam. I have made sure there's nothing, no crocodiles, no hippos here. But if you want to vote for your favorite survival thing, go on to Twitter. There's a poll on Twitter, and go vote. Oh, you hit the wind out of mine.
You might as well get in properly.
Hey?
Get in.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
all young bulls. This is that typical bachelor herd that we talked about a whole bunch of time. And for our new viewers, a bachelor herd is a group of males from all sorts of different ages. These are mainly youngish bulls. Mainly young bulls. And they all stick together. They've got these little friendship groups. They're not really true bachelors. They're just too young to breed. But they're too old to stay with the herds. So they leave in their teenage years. And some of these bulls tend to live slightly more solitary, like an introvert type of lifestyle. And some live in these groups, which suggests that they are a bit more social, extrovert-like. And they're just very calm, I must say. There's more elephants up on the ridge, which I didn't see, but I can hear them. Well, that's pridelands. There's elephants everywhere. And I suspect that these are not the last elephants for today. We suspect we are going to find some more, or they're going to find us rather. Another question there from Lola. Again, I'm just going to ask our mission control to repeat that. There was some interference there. Love to answer that question there from Lola. They're just sitting here at the water hole. They're not really, obviously drinking one or two of them. The others are they're just aimlessly standing around. You must go and eat, guys. You're big elephants. You need a lot of food. Okay, that one's also got some gas that came out there. Even this one that's drinking water, it's not like he's really putting a lot of effort into it. It's just like, okay, I probably have to do this. I'm a slow drinker. And it's amazing that even in my age, as a guide now, I'm sitting here and you're still learning. Every day you sit out here. You know, and on that note, if you want to know more about how to become a guide, there is going to be a special fireside chat, and the theme will be becoming a guide. And this will be on the 29th of July. And Lauren will host it together with Dave Haverman, who's a well-known trainer of guides, and that will be at 7 p.m. Central African time. and all the different elements of being a safari guide is going to be discussed. The training, the process, everything, including game drive, tracking, bushwalks. So that's one we missed. And that will give you some good information on how to become a guide, a nature guide. Like me. It's like you want to continue on your plan, but you also don't want to leave, you know. But anyway, I think we're going to try and find those buffaloes. And while we do that, let's go and see what Tess is up to.
It seems like lone elephants are the place to be this afternoon. We have got a very far view of a beautiful elephant bull down in the basin. There are a few others scattered around through the thickets, but this one is the closest to us. And he's out in the open, so we're going to enjoy seeing a teeny tiny, far away, massive elephant. Sounds ridiculous putting it into one sentence, but he really is teeny tiny in comparison to where we are. So we've come up the side looking for the lions. From what we understand, some of the lions have been found and some have not. But where we're sitting now is where the lions ended up this morning. So I don't think that the rest of the lions that aren't with those ones that have been found, I don't think that they're down here, because the elephant might be acting a little bit differently if they were. But it's still worth checking, so this is the point where we now start to go down the mountain. Luckily not straight down in front of us because it's a bit of a dip. But there is a road down to the right around the thickets. That'll definitely help us out. Also, well done Lauren on the very elegant mud wallow, and Cedric, I hope you're okay. The long toes. Morgan. Oh my goodness. That was very entertaining to watch, but I really do hope you're okay, Sid. So there's the other two elephant bulls. There is a fourth as well. It seems like four of them are hanging out together, but the fourth has gone into the thickets. Excuse me, clearing my throat. I've been laughing a little bit too much. Oh, the elephants are looking nice and relaxed down there. Cody, they do look like little blips from this angle. They're kind of morphed and distorted. They don't really look like elephants. But it's one of the coolest things about Amakhala is you get this kind of almost bird's eye view of what it must be like to look down over the basin and the valleys and see all of this from a distance. I mean, it's huge. It's gorgeous. How lucky are we? So much space, which is really what gets me. You know, for the elephants, it's nice to be out in the open, but have the option of the thickets of the riverbed, which is those trees you can see down towards the bottom. That's the riverbed curving along. And I mean, this is just prime time for them. This is the ultimate spot. They can eat some grass, they can go for a bit of browse, they can get bark and roots as well, all along the river. There's even flowers and things that are growing in the open sections of the basin. They've got such a nice wide range of foods here, a very diverse diet. And all of it is incredibly filled with moisture, so they're very lucky. It looks like those two elephants that are together there, they're quite small in comparison to the big boy we showed you first and the even bigger boy that disappeared. So these must be young bulls that have split off from the herd, formed a bit of a bachelor herd. Well, Peter, I think that is going to depend very much on the elephant in question. So for a cow, if she starts mating from the age of around 8, which is actually really, really young, comparison to bulls which start mating at around 25, 30, cows can carry their first calf from about 8 years old. And then from there to the next calf can be anywhere from 2 to 5 years, a gap of 2 to 5 years. So if an elephant lives to the age of 60 years old, she might stop having calves maybe after 50, but that's still a solid 42-year span of having multiple calves. I would say the average would probably be about 10, because remember, an elephant's gestation is also really, really long. An elephant's gestation is almost 2 years. So that you'd probably find maybe she has a calf once every 4 or 5 years in a span of 40, 45 years. That's a long time. That's a lot of babies. That's 8 or 9 babies. But it really is going to depend on each individual elephant, the condition that she's in, whether or not her calf survives, because if there is a mortality, then she will go back into estrus straight away. It's got a lot of different things that'll be factors at play here. This is definitely the bigger of the 3. Oscar, so the aloes that the elephants feed on here are called bitter aloe or aloe ferox. Aloe ferox is the Latin name or the scientific name. So it's a bitter aloe or the Cape aloe species. It's absolutely beautiful, bright orange flowers, just like the one that we saw in the cave earlier. That's the aloe that the elephants feed on. They eat both the flowers and actually those very succulent bitter leaves, because the leaves carry a lot of moisture but also have a lot of health benefits. And then the flowers are really nice and sweet and have a lot of energy because of all the nectar. So they absolutely annihilate aloes if they get the chance. So it's nice to know that there are untouched areas on Amakhala where the elephants can't reach. So we don't even have to worry about the elephants completely flattening the aloe population, because that's like a snack for them. It's filled with moisture and goodness because the landscape sorts itself out. Where aloes grow is often on rocky ridges and down steep slopes, and the elephants just can't get there, so the aloes can keep themselves going, and that in turn will keep all of the other things going, the birds, the insects, all of those little things. Amazing how it regulates itself. Now down there, I don't think we'd find any aloes. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen an aloe in the bottom of the basin, just because it's not going to survive down there. It's accessible, but also probably not the prime habitat. Aloes like to grow in slightly more elevated areas, so anywhere on the slopes, high up to the mountains, somewhere out of reach, because they're actually aiming more for birds than anything else. So they want to be higher up in dense vegetation, not in the open clearings. Amazing. You can see he started to flap his ears now, so it is actually pretty warm in the sun. And down there, I'd think as well, it's quite warm because he doesn't have any shade at all. There's no tall trees for him to hide unless he goes into the riverbed itself, where it'll be nice and cool. But also remember, he's probably sheltered from the tiny little bit of breeze that there is. So he's having to create a breeze for himself, flapping those ears, trying to get some of that heat to escape his body through his blood vessels underneath the thin layer of skin behind his ears.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Alright, so we are still enjoying the viewpoint out over the basin, and we are honestly just, it's one of those things, I've said it a lot, I'll say it again. You're at Amakhala, you get distracted very easily along the way to whatever you were hoping to do, purely because they're the best distractions in the world. If you sit for long enough anywhere, you will find a million things to distract you. It's just impossible to get bored here. So we're seeing little bits of movement pretty much everywhere. There was a baboon running through just now. There was a herd of impalas. There's the elephants. And I'm pretty sure if we sit for long enough, we would see almost every species there is to offer here at Amakhala. But don't worry, I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. What we are going to do is take in the view for just a little bit longer, and we're going to see if we can try and get into our mindsets where on earth the other 2 lions may have gone, because it sounds like the lions that they've got is the young lioness with the 4 little ones. The lion tracks that we had was the big male and the big female, so not those ones that they have found. So where did these ones go? They came to this spot where we're at now. I'm sure they enjoyed the view just as much as we do. I'm sure that they brought themselves a good cup of coffee, had a nice chat on the edge of the mountain, and then carried on their way when they were ready. But they would also use this viewpoint as their opportunity to spot prey, to spot predators, to spot competition, but also, I'd like to think, to relax a bit. From here, in my mind, they went down the mountain, straight towards this river system that we can see. So every movement we're seeing, we're currently scanning just along the edge of those thickets. It's hot, so the male lion's probably going to be lying flat on his back somewhere behind a bush in the shade. The lioness possibly going to find the other lioness, her younger sister. Maybe the male's gone with, I don't know. But there's lots of possibilities from here. And so these viewpoints really give us that chance to properly think it through. I hope I'm getting this name right because it didn't quite come through in one bit. Is it Arc Fan or Monarch Fan? Arc Fan, thank you, Morgan. Arc Fan elephants are the only mammal here that will go into must, but there are always going to be certain animals that do experience heightened testosterone too. Most mammals, including humans, I don't know if you knew this, but even human males go through a monthly cycle. Obviously not quite to the monthly. Those through monthly cycles includes peaks in testosterone levels. Start feeling extra macho those times of the month. And so this happens across the board for most mammals. There will be a cycle, and in that cycle peaks in testosterone, but not quite to the same degree as what elephants do. Elephants take it to a whole new level. And for most, it can happen about once a year. Sometimes it happens once every 3 months. It actually depends on the age, on diet, on the current environmental conditions. All sorts of things will affect how frequently a male elephant will come into must. But usually by the time he's a well-established bull that is sexually mature, it'll be about once a year. It's interesting because it changes everything about them. So maybe because they're bigger, they just have a much larger scale cycle than a monthly cycle. But I'm thinking, worth mentioning as well that most mammal species that we see, it's the females that encourage the males to mate. So male testosterone levels, like I say, it's not as intricate as a female's. It's not as large scale as a female's. With males, there's always a certain level of testosterone, or there should be. There might be certain spikes, but there's always a certain level where the females, when they start coming into estrus, that just encourages the male to then mate. But we're going to see if we can go find you those lions. I think we're going to go down to the right into the valley and see what we come up with. And we'll send you over to Madikwe to see what Andrew has for you.
Brilliant, Tess. Good luck on your mission, and make the mission a success. Yeah, we were on a mission this afternoon as well. We have been looking for that lioness with her cubs. Seems like they finished the impala kill and have moved off. Not sure where they've moved off, but we won't be able to off-road or walk around there to see if we can find spoor or tracks, because they're still quite young lions. You don't want to scare them away. And now our next mission is to go and fetch the next naturalist. I believe this person or persons have arrived, and we will shortly go and get them, and then you'll see us again in a couple of segments time with those people. Yeah, building the suspense for the moment, eh? Yeah, I think that's always nice to do. But all I know is you will all be very delighted to see these people. Right, just as delightful are these group of impalas. There are so many of them here. Estimates? Paul, what's your estimation?
Maybe 50.
You say 50? Okay. I would estimate around between 50 and 80 as well. Lots of impala, eh? Look how they just flow through the bush. And all you hear is the silent sounds of their feet sometimes are breaking some of the grass when they walk. Otherwise, for the most part, it's very silent. Even when they run, you don't really hear it. Jeremy, what are we going to miss the most about Madikwe? Mpo, what's yours?
What I miss most?
What will you miss most about Madikwe?
The staff is
Okay.
well accommodating.
Okay, some of the staff that we have met, he said, have been very accommodating, and he's made some very good friends with some of the staff at Jackie's camp, which is nice. And for myself, I would say, what am I going to miss most about Madikwe? Personally, I reckon Clo Dam. Yeah, for me, it's going to be Clo Dam. But it's a difficult one to answer because there's so much things. The Mahiwa males, the female cheetah with her cubs, the other lioness with her cubs, the odd brown hyena sighting that we've had. Oh, yeah, no, there's so much I'm going to miss out here. But there's also at the same time so much that I'm looking forward to, so it's all good. Paul, do you want to answer that one? We just got a question from Lauren.
No, it's on the next, maybe someday.
Maybe
Not
one
today.
day, not today. Paul, shame. So Lauren asked us a question that came through with Jordan, our director on duty this afternoon, saying, "Are we going to miss the food?" It's been interesting. Paul said, "Not today. Maybe another time he'll miss the food." For myself, no, honestly speaking, it's put us through our paces, put us to the test as well. And life is about tests. So we can always see the silver cloud, the silver lining behind every cloud. This has been a true test. And it's been a good experience as well, don't get me wrong. We've loved our time at Madikwe. We've found a lot. We've seen a lot. We've heard a lot. Yeah. And I look forward to seeing what other things are seen in the futures with the next naturalists. There's a beautiful wildebeest bull here. This is the one that we've been seeing regularly over, the period we've been here. We've done quite a few segments on him. So he's actually got quite a big following, yet he doesn't know about it yet. And so he hangs around here, and he's got a nice little spot. We like this road, this corner, because we've done segments on these 2 tamboti trees that we see around here, and also it leads us to the west, and we've used this road a lot. And then on top of it all, he's usually around here, so we've probably seen him quite a bit. He's seen us quite a bit. And one last minute impala, off it goes. Yeah, he's a really magnificent bull, this. If you look at him carefully, he's in such tip-top condition. And just his neck is very well pronounced. And that's very important with wildebeest bulls. It's going to be a means of attraction for females, but also it means he's strong. He can defend his territory, and he can hold his own. Doing very well what was always meant for him. Bulls like him to become territorial and hold their own. Lyndon, afternoon. Great to hear from you. Yeah, you had a splendid time out here at Madikwe, and it's lovely to get regular comments from you. And also, at the same time, it spreads the message to some other people out there that Madikwe is a wonderful reserve, and it really is. Madikwe Game Reserve is spectacular. All the naturalists that come out here, they're blown away. Not just by wildlife. The wildlife here is, for lack of a better term, insane. But the environment out here, it really catches on to you. The dams with all the biodiversity around the dams. The elephants out here, the lion pride's doing very well as the cheetahs. There's a good reserve with good ethics, and I must say, I commend all the guides that work out here. Of course, they've watched me carefully, I've watched them carefully, and they're very ethical. They run by a standard out here, and they won't alter from that standard, and I find that very respectful. Keep that up, everybody. Beautiful. This is really lovely. This is the last moments on this one with Mpho and all of you. And the movie plays on. It goes back to day one and all the things that have been achieved up until now. We've done very well with all of you. And I have no doubt the next naturalist is going to do extremely well as well. But I must add on that, I think out of all the naturalists that have come out here, I think Lauren has had the best sightings out of all of us, I reckon. She's really had a good time, and she showed you a lot.
Attention all nature enthusiasts and budding safari rangers. Get ready for an epic showdown in the wild. From July 30th to August 1st, witness our skilled rangers competing head-to-head, racing to identify the most animal species. Only one will be crowned king or queen of the ranger race. Don't miss your chance to be part of this thrilling adventure. Jump on board and join the race.
Heart is pumping right now.
It's not every day we get to look at such a beautiful plant, and this is again something that is quite unique to the Eastern Cape. In terms of our locations anyway, where we broadcast our live safaris, we don't really get many crops and arid areas, but absolutely gorgeous. The Fainjin, the Namakuru region with all the rocky outcrops and many shrubs covered in daisies is affluent. Nina, I'm so happy to hear that you love the colors and the beautiful flowers. I'm always looking for a nice group of flowers, and as you can see, these little bushes are growing pretty much everywhere. I have also just pulled out my earpiece, but it's okay, I found it again. Now these are obviously very popular little plants, not only because they're absolutely beautiful, but because they're so hardy and evergreen. So no matter when you have this beautiful plant around, you're always going to be able to appreciate how absolutely stunning it is and how much it stands out from the surrounding vegetation. But that shade of purple, that would be my ultimate favorite shade of purple on a fine-leaved Felicia.
Well, I'm tick-free and I just feel so good. My bathroom, on the other hand, looks like a bomb has gone off, but I'll deal with that later. I did bump into Cedric and I saw his battle wounds on the way home. I actually have a battle wound too. I have a big cut on my hand. But that's okay. Do you know what, everyone? I will survive. I will survive. Okay, we are on our way to the hyena den. Of course we are. I just want to approach slowly. There could be a new mom here. Okay, there's definitely a hyena here. enjoyed it. Survival of the fittest. Right, June? You survive out here. Look at your ear. You've been through the wars.
So this jackal is being probably a little bit more protective than looking for an eagle for its food, which is very, very interesting. This is something I've never seen before. But looking at it closely now, it looks to be a tawny eagle by the fact that the gape on the mouth doesn't extend past the eye. But needless to say, it is an eagle. It's landed on the ground. Bat-eared foxes, being in the area denning, choose their den sites very specifically for food resource, being harvested termites. So there's a good chance the tawny eagle, or the eagle itself, is walking around trying to snatch up some food in the form of insects, and the jackal is having none of it. Snazzy, that is a very big bird, but if the bird doesn't play his cards right, the jackal could have it, because jackals are very, very quick, very, very fast, and they can bite quite powerfully.
Well, we have got Mohawk, this beautiful male lion, fast asleep, exactly the same area as this morning. And he hasn't moved too much. He moved maybe about 3 meters, and that's about it. But coming back to everything, I am all right. I did have a little bit of not the most graceful landing in the water. I was supposed to really do a good old dive there, but my toes. Now, I'm used to wearing shoes, so like cricket and all that stuff is you got shoes so you don't fall over. But yeah, so I grazed my toes nicely, but it was fantastic, and I had so much fun, and I'm hoping everybody enjoyed those survival tricks. And yes, and you must make sure that you vote for me on the Twitter for that dive. Wasn't it?
Check what he thinks.
Yeah, he doesn't think much of that. He's like, yeah. He even shut his eyes like, oh. It's this guy again. Yeah, but it was a lot of fun. And yes, I'm sure I am going to be very much walking on on crutches tomorrow morning, all good old bruised up, but that's fine. You know, we've got to have fun in the bush, and yes, it's always a very important thing, I think, is to make it work. Oh, thank you, Jordan. Jordan, of course, our director. Yeah, it's 10 out of 10 for style, but those are 10 out of 10 for grazers. And I think I really almost face planted into that road. Anyway, well, next time I will do it backwards. Might work. But yes, anyway, coming back to this beautiful male lion. We did find him around this area this morning. So, of course, Mohawk is one of the dominant males of the area. He is by himself at the moment. He used to have a coalition of 3 males. So it used to be him, another male called Darkmane, and a third one called Blondie. So they were known as the Avoca males. And they came over in, I think, 2017. And they took over this area, and yes, they have sired many a cub this side. Unfortunately, his 2 brothers have passed over the last several months. Of course, Darkmane, he was gorged by a buffalo. He was rammed by a buffalo, and it looks like he did some internal injuries there, and he succumbed to his wounds. And Blondie as well pretty much passed just before Darkmane, but it's fine. So for this male, it's not a problem. He's still very strong. So still very strong and all that, and he'll still be very dominant for now. He is 10 years old. He is like kind of right in, like, you know, I'm gonna say to the top of his prime at the moment. And so he's still doing all right. He just needs to find the pride that he mostly hangs around with. It's called a Nkuhuma pride. but I'm not too sure exactly. I'll try to find out exactly where they saw them, the pride, today, but there's no information. So I'm hoping that somebody at home or wherever you are watching, if you got any information on the Nkuhuma pride, please let me know. Mac, yes. What was Mac? He's looking. Sleepy lions. Yes, sleepy lion. Yes, Max, sleepy lion. Of course, always. You know, lions, especially these boys. If he's been moving around last night, up and down, up and down. You know, I'm trying to conserve the good old energy for tonight. So we are going to sit here for a bit. We're going to see what he's going to do, but it's still a little bit warm, and it's still very light. But as that sun starts setting and starts becoming a little bit darker, you'll find that this boy will become a little bit more active. And once he becomes a little bit more active, then, you know, he might start calling, which would, I would love it. Sorry about that. I would love that. So, yes, but for now, he is just taking a good old cat nap.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Ambakala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
A home to nature's most stunning spectacle, the Great Migration. These rolling grasslands are nurseries of abundant life. The woodlands of southern Africa, sometimes verdant and sometimes desiccated, offer the most intimate insight into the lives of the continent's beloved wildlife. Wherever you are in Africa, the scenic majesty will take your breath away.
June has just been the cutest here. June, why are you so cute? You don't even know, do you? Now, I'm suspicious. Little Junebug is normally here jumping on his mum's head, biting his mum's nose, yanking his mum's tail, doing everything he possibly can to annoy his mum, but he's not here. Suspicious. I think he's maybe occupied in the den with other little cubs that might be in the den. Is that true, June? June has this knack for just making that little puddle area look so comfortable. She knows exactly where to position her body. Got that area for her head. She loves it. They all love it. And I just mentioned, for those of you that might have missed it, I think Junebug is inside with potentially new cubs. When do we ever come here and little Junebug's not out with mom? Never. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens now. I didn't think we were going to get all the answers straight away, but it really was an unbelievable morning this morning. I didn't expect to see Intima in there like that. And it's funny, Michael and I were just talking about Intima about a week ago. And all of a sudden, here she is inside the den. Really unbelievable stuff. At least it gives us a date as well, so we'll be able to sort of work with that date if we do start to see other cubs. And I'm sure Johan and I both heard cubs this morning. More than one. But Junebug wouldn't be squealing in there on his own. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that. A vehicle also just drove past at the same time. Olivia, yes, it would be so cute if Junebug had playmates. So cute. I think it would be great for socialization as well. You know, give June a break, that's for sure. I bet June is over the moon. That rhymed. June the balloon is over the moon. If only we knew what was going on inside there. It is a waiting game though. And Junebug wouldn't squeal. He's too old now, 3 months. They go through a really squealy, squittery stage when they're brand new cubs. Junebug wouldn't squeal like that. How exciting. And Tima just come into the communal den. I think a few hyenas have done that. I'm not saying that Intima's the first, but you just never read it that way. You always read about natal dens, and this is definitely not a natal den. Look at her face, fast asleep. Oh, June, it's hard work being a mom. But we are going to sit here because, of course, as I always say, we're lucky to be here. And Intima is there. Oh my goodness. We didn't see you in teams. Yeah, she's definitely suckling, 100%. And that's why Junebug is inside. All makes so much sense. Oh, Donna, I'm so glad too. I was devastated the last matriarchal sort of overthrow when Corky took back the throne and I had just left and all of you were messaging me and I was devastated. So I'm glad I can be here and catch up with the clan. I did not see you in Tima. That's how deep that hole is. It's really deep. So she can just sort of just put her bottom right in the entrance and you would never know there's an adult hyena there. I wonder when we'll get our first looks. She'll keep the cubs nestled under her tummy for now, I think. And I keep saying cubs because they do give birth to a twin litter, but I don't actually know. June knows. I wonder if June's already greeted them. She's obviously not that excited though. How amazing that we caught all of that on camera this morning. Catherine, exactly. June can finally get some sleep while the bug is occupied. The bug is definitely going to be occupied now. Little beings his own size, kind of. My goodness, how exciting. He's been alone in that den the whole time and now he's going to have friends. But I've never came to this den and not seen Junebug out, so already occupied. It's not the best views of Intima, sorry, I didn't realize she was there. It's tricky for Kat as well. We may reposition in just a moment, but oh. Hey, my girl. Did you hear that? That was not Junebug. It was a very young milk tantrum. What are we guessing, everyone? 1 cup or 2? I'm obviously hoping 2. This is such a terrible view, but anyway, she's moving now, so taking a break. Oh, there's a head popping out. Ah, it's Junebug. Hello, Junebug. Have you got friends? Oh, June's tail's up. June's gone to the den. Junebug still got her, June's still got her tail up. June's been a little bit dominant here. June just greeted Intima's new litter. Wow. Shreyas, you think 1? Alrighty. I mean, we have no idea. I'm hoping to, but I'm not sure. I am only hearing the squeals of 1. Blue jay fly, you think 2, okay? I mean, it might be days before we find out. I'm not saying that we're going to find out anytime soon, but there are, safe to say, 100% she gave birth this morning. So now we just have to hope that the little ones pop their head out. Junebug, how happy are you right now? It's been quite the day for you. Never seen another cub. Now the Dane's going to get really busy. You're busy scent marking. Look at you, little thing. Definitely looks like a boy. Okay, I think it goes without saying we're going to sit here, but we're going to send you guys over to Tess.
Oh, Lauren, I would 100% be in the same spot. I don't blame you at all. Also, how exciting that Ntima may have given birth this morning. Oh, I can't wait to meet those babies. Now, on this side, we have had some lion luck because, you know, we've been looking for them and the tracks were pointing us in the right direction. We didn't find the ones with the lioness and the 4 cubs. We found the male and the female, the ones that we were tracking. You will hear there is a guide next to us with his guests. They're also enjoying the big boy of Amakala. But how comfy does he look? Nicely spread out. I predicted he'd be on his back. I was wrong. He's on his side. But he is looking very comfortable. And I can't blame him. It's such a good day for a catnap. Isn't he magnificent? He blends in really well with those sandbanks that you can see behind him. That little bit of erosion bringing in some creamy colour. So even though he's out in a big open green patch, he still looks like he camouflages because of all of the sandy patches sticking out behind him. Now, we haven't spotted the lioness yet. I think she's somewhere down to the left. So we'll reposition just now. Is she there? Where is she? Is she this one? Oh, there's 2 there. Oh, that is hilarious. It's a two-bodied, one-headed lion. That's so funny. Rose, the Amakala lions are absolutely fantastic. You're totally right. They are the coolest lions on the block. You'll hear the vehicle next to us is moving. Heading out for the afternoon. They're very happy to have seen some lions. Now they're going to look for some elephants, which we saw from the top. So they're going to go and try and see them from the bottom of the basin. How lucky. How lucky. Now here I was thinking that was the male lion lying on the left with his head at a weird angle. Bye. They're all so excited to meet us. So I thought that it was the male's body on the left with the head at a weird angle pointing towards us, but actually the male's lying with his head towards us, his legs to the right, female with her back towards us on the left. How funny. My eyes are just absolutely shocking. But we knew that already.
I thought the same.
You thought the same?
I saw the colour change.
Oh, sneak in. You didn't even think to tell me. Wow. Thanks, Morgan.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
I thought you knew.
Oh, no, I didn't. Clearly. Clearly did not know. But that's okay. I'm very, very happy that we get to spend some time with some very lazy lions. And for now, we have them all to ourselves. It's just us and them having a nap. How beautiful. Now it sounds like the female with the 4 cubs, they're over the back of this mountain. So to give you an idea of where we are in relation to where we were looking out at the viewpoint, saying we think that they're somewhere down at the bottom in the riverbed, that's exactly where they are. So that curvy section of the river that we saw behind, or that we saw from the top, is actually just behind us. So they were just around the corner. We would have seen them from the top if they'd been just a few meters to the left. Sorry, please excuse the radio in the background. I do have to keep it on because there might be people wanting to come and join us just now. But just over the back of that ridge there, that's where the lioness is with the 4 cubs. We think just over the back, and it sounds like they may have killed a zebra. So they've got a zebra kill. Now the challenging part of that is we're in a nice big open area that's fairly high up. Sorry, let me try and pull the radio a bit with my hand. So where the lioness with the 4 cubs is on the zebra kill, we probably won't have signal. It's one of the deepest valleys of Amakala. We can try, but whether it will work is a different story. So for now, we'll take the views that we can get. Beautiful lions having an amazing time having a cat nap. Very lazy. This is what I like to do on my leaves. I lie in the sun and do nothing. No, I'm joking. I do like to adventure, but there's nothing like a solid cat nap in the sun. Every now and then it's needed. Now, don't look like they have joined in on the festivities. They don't look like they've done that. They haven't got nice big full bellies, but they're definitely nice and comfortable, so maybe the tending that they have.
How much do you know about what it takes to become a safari guide? How much do you know about being a game ranger? In celebration of World Ranger Day, we are hosting a fireside chat. Come along for some interesting discussions with our naturalists and special guests. From game drives to bushwalks and everything in between, we're unpacking how to become a safari guide. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, the buffalo's now moving back out of sight again. I'm still waiting to hear from these guys if these lions are still there. And my worry is that it's in that donga there, in that drainage line. And I'm not sure what our signal will do there. But if they are found, we'll go and give it a try. But that's the last place where those lions were this morning. We'll just drive around a bit. I'm not going to go there straight. I'm going to wait for them to find those lions or give us an update if they have moved and they're tracking them. But it would be really nice if we can have some lions.
Well, someone's very happy. They finally settled down. June gave Junebug a big groom, a very big groom. So he's had his shower, and now it's milk time. This is the stillest I've seen him, though. He's full of beans, this one, June. Good luck. If you think about it, Sutu Swana, Novella. June normally gives birth to girls. Oh dear, June, you've really got your handful now. And Intima's still here. She's still at the entrance, which is a real giveaway. I think she's been here all day. A new mom does stay at the den all day long. One, they are exhausted. And two, just wants to sit with her cubs and suckle. It'll be a few days before she actually decides to leave the den. I've been waiting on this becoming communal, but I didn't quite think it was going to go this way. Eagle lover, me too. I'm so happy I can just sit here with my favourite clan. I don't think any other clan will match up to the Juma clan. I got to know the North clan and the Masai Mara quite well, but not like the way I know the Juma clan. Waffles was really quite something. She is a big hyena. She was a big hyena. You think June's a balloon? My goodness, you didn't see Waffle. You can see this side. Look how tiny Junebug is, and think what he's going to grow into. And it is looking like he's a he. But, you know, we never know. It is really looking that way, but always be cautious. Leila, mostly so. That's where they do the sort of most of their scent marking, and they have latrines, and that's where they really anal paste. But of course they do go on patrols around their territory, and they will obviously defecate around their territory, which will contribute and add to scent marking. But it's really only around dens that you will see spotted hyenas anal pasting. It's quite a thing to see. I remember Steve tried to act it out once on Drive. That is something I also won't forget. But it doesn't smell. I never get a smell from the anal paste. However, when you go to a brown hyena den, that smell is like... It's a really dark brown smell. It's not going to help you guys. It's a really fishy, viscous, thick smell. It's not pleasant. But I don't get a smell from the spotted hyena's anal paste. They can obviously smell it, but I can't. But you know, they're so well protected here, and any sound or any sort of... If June was to jump right now and get a fright, Junebug would immediately run to the den. They know they have to go into the den. Den is safety. And look how tiny they are. Well, I guess they do. They don't allo suckle, but I guess in a way by being around the den, they do sort of allo mother. Not maybe intensively like elephants do, but they all do care for their offspring. And the other day we witnessed something remarkable where Swazi had visited the den and with Indabele's cub, I believe, and they were leaving the den, and of course Junebug wanted to follow. Junebug just wants to be with everyone. So Junebug follows quite far away from the den onto the main road, and Swazi stopped, looked at Indabelly's cub, and Indabelly's cub just reacted and chased quite aggressively Junebug back into the den. And Junebug was doing his and they did that to get him back in the den. They had to ensure that he didn't follow. They were looking out for his well-being. They were protecting him by getting him back in the den. So in a way they do allo mother, but they really don't allo suckle. Sometimes you will see a cub that is potentially from a really high ranker suckling from a low ranker, which seems really bizarre, but it's normally just greed from the cub, just wanting more milk, can smell the milk, and acceptance of the low ranker. Ugh, you know, I'll keep this one happy because his mom, oh, well, she's a nasty one. So the low rankers can sometimes allow that, which makes you think they're allo suckling, but they're actually not. So in a way they do all look after each other's cubs. And that's why it's a communal den. That's why everybody's together. Okay, we're going to sit here a little bit longer, but for now, back over to Tess with her lions.
Oh, the cuteness overload that is the Juma clan with cubs. Lauren brings out all the luck. How very exciting. Well, I can't wait to meet the new Junebug and the new baby in Timas. Very, very exciting time. The lions do not seem as enthused by the prospect, but maybe they're just so deep in sleep they didn't hear us talking about spotted hyenas. Now, they are not familiar with spotted hyenas down here. They are only brown hyenas, and we've actually just had a really cool conversation with one of the guides, and we were chatting about where to find brown hyenas on Amakala. So it is definitely on the bucket list before I head off on leave on Saturday. Well, Sunday. Sorry, listening to some banter on the radio is always good. Very special relationship between all the different guides. Erin, they are absolutely beautiful with their lovely reddish looking coats. It's a lovely contrast against all those shades of green. And how they blend in with those sandbanks up above as well, those little eroded patches where the sand is showing through. Looks like beach sand. General consensus, the radios are a little bit loud. Luckily the lions aren't too worried about much at this point, so I don't think they mind if the radios are on. There is another vehicle in the sighting with us, and somebody else is going to come and join as well to admire the sleepy lion couple. These two have been spending a lot of time together the last few days, and we've seen some interesting behavior from them as well. Sticking close together, phlegming, grimacing, smelling urine, following. Interesting times. But I suppose for the most part the napping is actually the most important part of their day. So I'm happy. I'm happy that they have decided to have a nap instead. And I think I've decided to sacrifice my radio. That's nice. Quiet. It's very peaceful in this area. Of course, being down in the basin, it means that there are going to be a lot of other animals around in the distance. We can see impalas, we can see glimpses of zebras. The elk are somewhere behind us, and there's actually one off to our left towards the river line as well. But the coolest thing about this area is not just the fact that it's this big open area, it's that within the open area, through the river system that snakes its way up and down, curving up, down, left, right, all the different ways, it creates its own little valleys as well. So this is literally the hot spot of Amakhala. So we've got lions here, we've got elephants behind us to the left of us. I'm sure there are 100 bird species around us quite easily. But literally everything and anything thrives down here in the basin. So it really is the heart of Amakhala in every sense of the word, obviously, other than the people, because they are the magic.
We love all the support, we read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All right, we've managed, ladies and gents. We cannot really see them very well at the moment. You can just see like one lion's leg there. But it does seem like they are about to move. There's a bit of a face. The one is just behind it, to the left. It's going to join her now. There we go. You can just see that movement. It seems like they might be moving back towards the water. Oh, look at that. Here we go. Can't have my last afternoon with no cats. Yeah, you're going to hear a little bit of vehicle movement, and it's normal. That's as the vehicles move in and out of the sighting. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Most precious light on them. Angela says Catman has done it again. Again, I can't really take credit for this. Okay, I have to mention that we are literally hair width signal area, put it that way. I think if we move a meter, we might even lose signal here. This is good. This is what we want. Keegan, they're coming this way, huh? And this one is just visiting the loo right in front of us. No manners whatsoever. This is definitely some of the more mature lionesses of the Ngati Pride. They're not youngsters, these. One's got, is that, see the one on the left here now, Johan? See if you can get onto her belly. Is she lactating? Oh, I can't really see suckle marks, but no. No, it's not lactating. It's just the belly hanging a bit there. That's good stuff, guys. That is precious. Yeah, and like I mentioned, it's two of the adult lionesses of the Pride. And are you still good there with your angle? I can't really move, then I'm going to roll down the bank. Yeah.
just see it's coming into shot. But
okay, we're just going to apologize for our back seat coming into the shot there, and it's just because I cannot really turn the car at the moment. I'm literally on the dam wall. I can go forward and I can go back. But let me try. I think I might even just to clear that. Hold on, everybody. If I suddenly really start falling, then you know. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. Nah, I'm just kidding. We're not really going to roll down the bank. It's not that steep. You can even... Whew. You can even drive straight down the bank. It's not that bad. Look at that light, eh? We can look at the nose of the lioness. You can see it's almost entirely black already. And just the general posture, face, everything, the same with the other one. The other one's a bit younger. It's got a little bit of white, pinkish bits, but these are both mature lionesses. Yeah. Right. That is lovely, man. Honey Badger wants to know if Lagatha is with this Pride. Honey Badger, Lagatha is in theory from the Ngati Pride. She just lives solitary most of the time. But she is known to join the Ngati Pride on occasion as a current Pride member. But the majority of the time she is alone, and that's how she's grown up. So that's normal for her. That's how she's, that's how she grew up. But also remember that with the arrival of those two males, they've caused some pretty heavy disruptions in the dynamics currently. They've literally caused the Pride to split up into small groups. 2 lionesses here, a couple of youngsters there, so they're in all small little groups at the moment. Very pretty lionesses, I must say. Leopard lover, very excited there. Reckon I'm one with this Pride. Well, I do seem to have quite a bit of luck with them. It's only the 2 lionesses at the moment, and as I mentioned, there's been quite a breakup in the Pride at the moment. These ladies are still fixed in that direction, and I suspect it's the buffalo that caught their eye. It's probably still moving around there. I think it worked out perfectly for us. We got a spot where we have signal for now. It's like literally a meter to our left we lose signal. Literally. I know because I've walked here with our equipment before. They're very fixed on something in the distance. And as I said, I do suspect that is the buffalo that was on the other side earlier. You can also hear, yeah, I can see the buffalo in the distance there still. All right. Anyway, I can't guarantee how long we can stay here. This is going to be a very popular sighting. I know there's going to be a lot of people that might want to come and see this. But this was great. For now, let's head over to Lauren and see what.
A lot's been happening here, and Tima finally got up and walked away. She's left the den now, and June's been inspecting. Oh, she's had her head in that dendron. She's very interested, wants to know what's going on. A lot of grooming going on. I think he's really clean now, June. I think that's Santima for the night. I think she needs to get her strength up. She needs to eat now. Of course she does. She needs to produce one of the richest milks. But she'll be back. She'll be back here in the morning. Ziggy, no. June's tail was up. June was acting a little bit dominant there with Intima. No, she wouldn't bring food back for Intima. When the cubs get old enough, they might bring food back for the cubs. And obviously the highest ranked cubs will get first dibs, but she wouldn't bring food back for Intima. You gotta fend for yourself out there. Unless you come across a big carcass, then of course you'll call on your troops so that you guys can try and dominate the carcass. Now obviously if June leaves, we will leave. I'm old enough, Mom, I promise. He'll turn back eventually. He knows he's only allowed to go so far. Junebug, come back. Okay, as you know, this means that we will be shortly leaving the den.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
But now, let's look at the noses, like I said earlier. So now we can clearly compare. You can see that the one on the left, there's still a little bit of on the bridge, on the tip of it. Now they generally go fully black at about 6-7 years. The nose, that is. I would probably think the one on the left is probably in the region of about 4.5 to 5-ish. The other lioness on the right definitely a bit older. You can even see her ears are a bit more tattered. Maybe about 6.5. Both very big ladies. Not small lionesses at all. And they look hungry. My worry, Johan, is they're looking straight at the camp.
Right, yeah.
They may come and visit us tonight.
All right. I'm on Vuyatela Access now. Apparently there was a cheetah that crossed over from Simbambili onto Djuma. A cheetah. Yes. Yes, a cheetah. Can you believe it? So now they just got the tracks coming onto Djuma straight across the side in this area, and I am now in search of this cheetah. So it'll be amazing. I don't know when last I've seen a cheetah on Juma. Me personally, I know that there has been seen, but me personally, I haven't seen a cheetah here in the north for such a long time. So it is getting a little bit, the sun is about to set. It's a perfect time for them to start moving around at this time of the afternoon. So this is when they move, looking for something, a potential prey species, or moving from open area to open area. Why we don't get so many cheetahs here is because we are Juma itself is very thick. It's savanna woodlands. So savanna woodlands is not an ideal habitat for cheetah. You'll find cheetah rather looking at something like savanna grasslands, so there's big open plains, because they can use their speed to try and chase after their prey species. But now there's one that came over from Simombili that's just a lodge, or not a lodge, but a property and a lodge that's on the western side of the property, and the cheetah has crossed over, got tracks, not me but somebody, and they said it's somewhere here. I'm hoping that we are going to be successful here. I'm going to look very, very carefully. If it's going to go east, it's coming from west to east, so it's on Juma. How far on Juma, I'm not too sure, but we'll have to take a look. Woohoo! Yes! I can imagine finding a cheetah. I would be so stoked with life. Queenie, definitely will be a cherry on the days. I think with all my injuries on my body, it'll just kind of cancel out everything that's happened. Everything. So I'm now looking very closely. It seems like they graded this road recently as well. So if they got the cheetah tracks coming over, that cheetah came over in the last hour or two. So alright, let's just take a look around here to see the direction. But if it's going east, I'll have to go all the way around back towards Sandy Patch. My idea with cheetahs is they're going to look for open area, always. They're going to look for open areas. Go to the next place. Open area, open area. So if it's already crossed, I'm on the service road. This is Simombili on the right hand side. So this is exactly where they had the cheetah, and it crossed into this side. So my idea is just quickly look at some of these open clearings here. Never know, maybe we get the cheetah on that open area south of our camp, because it'll move very. I'm going to try and go for the power lines. Power lines road, to me, it just feels maybe that cheetah is going to use a main road to get away from this thick vegetation and head to open clearings. So power lines, yes. Ah, 16th. All right, thanks, Jordan. 16th of March. Well, that was not long ago. That's the last time we had a cheetah on Juma with Ben. That's with Ben. I'm talking about myself now. Sorry. I'm talking about myself. I haven't seen cheetah for a long time here in the northern sand. I was always very fortunate when I used to work at Nkoro, Arathusa. When I was working in Arathusa, we used to get to. Yes, thanks, Jordan. I know not everything's about me. I know. But anyway, last time I had like cheetah when I was at Arathusa, I used to always end up on the airstrip, or when I was in Nkoro, it used to be, of course, there towards the eastern area, big open clearings. Cheetah Plains was just south of Nkoro, so hence the name Cheetah Plains. But and so Odie says the last time when he had one was like 2 years ago at Pinda. So yeah, no. I would love to see, especially in the summer. It'll be brilliant. All right. So One Up Pan we just passed now. Evan, no, you just said that. I'm looking at my bag. I'm looking at the lucky gloves. At that time, I like, but the gloves are yeah. Don't get me wrong, the gloves are yeah. So maybe the lucky gloves, as long as they are with me, even if it's in my bag, not on my hands, it's still lucky. It's still lucky. And I'm drawing with like bare feet. I've got no shoes on today. Sorry, it's like my toes are all grazed to the, yeah, it's just grazed. Let me just that try. Luckily Odie gave me some little alcohol swabbies. To Lauren. Alright, oh, anyway, let's head over to Lauren. Okay, I want to go to power lines.
Oh, thank goodness for Dr. O.D. What would we do without him? I hope Cedric's toes are okay. Dear oh dear, an afternoon full of injuries. Now, we did leave the den naturally. June left, so it's time for us to leave too. But it's getting exciting. It was always exciting, but it's getting more exciting. So I'm just bumbling in this little light that we have left to see what we can find. But I bought a new book today. But it's on my Kindle. It's not an actual physical book, so I won't be in trouble. But it's called Planta Sapiens. I'm sure many of you have heard about Homo Sapiens, the book. I think it's a trilogy, actually. It's a very heavy book to read, my goodness. I mean, I didn't finish that one. I found that one really tough. But this one is about Planta Sapiens. I've only read chapter one and I'm already mind-blown. So prepare yourself for lots of interesting plant facts in the next few days. Thank you. Almost crashed into a tree there. Daniela, yes, I actually got an email from one of you the other day saying, Lauren, please list all your books, and I did. I replied with a list. But this one's brand new and wow, it's already just blown my mind.
This is a cut line, just east of Gary cut line, in the little school here. And I joined it later than quickly.
Okay, that sighting's going to be busy, I think.
Yeah, make your way as well. He's just heading into Buffalo, so I'm not going to be able to follow it.
Okay, well, I'm sure you guys heard that. They've got Marieb's on Buffalo Cut Line, which is our northern boundary, but he's moving into Buffalo. So we don't have traverse on Buffalo, I'm afraid. We used to. So we won't head all the way up there, but it's good to know where he is. Okay. Here is our dam. A little bit empty, I must say. But still, sometimes it's nice to just come and... I used to enjoy smelling the dam, but now I myself smell like a dam.
I thought it was Cedric falling in.
Kat is really enjoying the fact that Cedric fell into the dam, so this is going to be quite an interesting conversation around the dinner table tonight. I know he hurt his tootsies, but yes. Yes, hello Egyptian goosies, we see you, we hear you. Bless me. Yeah. One more for good luck. Sorry about that. So I'm going to keep bumbling and see what else I can find.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Seeing the beauty and wonder of the African bush, but don't have months available for an extensive learning program? Look no further than Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Designed for those who yearn for a taste of the wild, this immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Over the course of the program, you'll learn about animal behavior, tracking, and identification, as well as the intricacies of conservation and African cultures. With the guidance of your trainers, you'll have the opportunity to witness wild animals up close and personal in their natural habitats. You'll also have the opportunity to make new friends and create lasting connections with people from all over the world who share your passion for the wild. This course is the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today. Iconic African mammals live large in humanity's imagination. Across the continent, fascinating mammals have evolved to fill every conceivable niche. Their struggles for survival, natural and anthropogenic, mirror those of wildlife the world over. Because they are so beguiling, Africa's mammals have become ambassadors for the Earth's remaining wilderness.
Sorry about that, everyone. You're back with us here in Djuma, and what another spectacular sighting. We have Batavia. Gert is making fun of me for always naming our battlers, but I think it's important that we do continue the bat-themed names for our juvenile battlers. I think he or she is sitting up there with Papa. No sign of Mama around, but isn't that sweet? And although we haven't got the best view of Papa, what you can see is that they look remarkably different. Really, if you were new to birding, easily fooled. But look how cute Batavia is. I didn't get the date. I don't actually know how old Batavia is. I don't know when we first saw this chick. I'm guessing I would have been in Madikwe. But if any of you do have that information, I would love it. I'd love to know roughly how old Batavia is. It's amazing how quickly they develop in terms of skills. I mean, they really can hunt, fly, soar, tear things apart with their beak, catch things with their talons, but yet the plumage can take up to 8 years. That's really remarkable. We really don't know if it's a boy or a girl, and we won't. But whatever sex you are so cute. Yes, you. Did you get that name?
Sharon.
Sharon! Yes, they are snake eagles. So they're not true eagles. They are snake eagles. Well done, Sharon. And it's difficult to tell from here, but when you really do get a good view, you'll see they've got bare naked leggies. And that's the first thing that gives them away. It's just such remarkable birds, and we're really lucky to have this family here. Every single day we'll see them soaring. Not always so easy to get on camera, but they're around every single day. And since the wigs don't seem to be around, not sure why I haven't seen Mama wig or Papa wig, at least we've got the battle ears. Batavia, Batilda, I wonder what the next one could possibly be. Batman. Batman. Catherine, I did just touch on that, but they do attain their full adult plumage at 8 years. But to be honest, I'm not fully certain at what age you could possibly guess the sex, because I think I am able to show you. Let me just clean my phone out here a little bit, and I'll be able to show you that you can really tell the difference between male and female battle ears. So I'm really not sure at what age that will become visible, but I really think it won't be for a while. Okay. Battle ear. Here we go. Here we go. So you can see this is the male battle ear, just like Papa sitting up there. Got that gorgeous slate grey colour on the shoulder. But this panel underneath is sort of a dark bluish black.
Station on Garden Market.
There we go. And then if we go to the female, you'll see that she's also got this gorgeous slate grey panel, but she's got another grey panel underneath. So it's almost like two grey panels on her wings, whereas back to the male, he only has one. She's also got a gorgeous copper rusty colour on the back, and he's pretty grey. So it's really easy to tell the difference between the two. But as to what age you're able to do that, when you can maybe start to see that slate grey come through from the females, I'm honestly not sure. I'll try and find out for you though, Catherine. But definitely not now, that's for sure. Batavia is a mystery. And Catherine, I'm sure it was you that suggested Batavia. It's such a great name. Sounds very Eastern European or maybe Russian. Batavia. I'm not sure what our plan is for now. I know Cedric's checking the west, but to be honest, we're losing light. Obviously, we don't show cheetahs in the dark. So I think I need to make a new plan. But I believe Andrew has got some giraffe for you all. Nope, Andrew does not have any giraffe for you all. You're back with us. Okay, we are going to bumble. As some of you may know, there's been lots of reports from the dam cam of mating leopards, and Cedric and I just cannot solve this mystery. We cannot find any tracks or any signs of one leopard, never mind two. And we're not hearing the vocalizations. Cedric heard them last night at midnight, I think. I have a funny feeling they're coming from the north. The dam cam mic sort of points north most of the time. Yeah, it does, points north. And we're not too far away from the cut line. So I think it could be in Buffelshoek, but again, I really hope that I'm wrong. So as I bumble into the sunset, we're going to send you over to Cedric.
Hi. Sorry, one of our lights is not working here at the moment. I'm just trying to figure out what's happened there. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing now, I really hoped for that cheetah that was moving over towards Juma. It's somewhere here on Juma, but where, it's another story. One thing about a cheetah, and I've learned over many years of tracking cheetah, is a cheetah does not stick to roads. A cheetah will go and it'll just go and straight across the road. So if you miss that one track, it's done. And you could get the direction completely wrong. So my plan of action now is that I'm going to head over slowly towards Mahawk, that male line. And I'm going to go and follow up on that boy, see if Sleeping Beauty is not awake by now. And yeah, hopefully to get to see him. Maybe he will roar for us and start calling for the pride. And this is the perfect time of the evening for that situation. All right, so we've got another vehicle in front of us, Jordan. I just want to see if we can get around them. Another game viewer. You can go. Alright. No, you don't have to link away. It's fine, Jordan, all good. It is a moment of enjoyment for the sunset. We all enjoy the African bush. Just the smells, the sounds. Gotta love it.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
I'm just appreciating the last little bit of golden glow coming from the horizon. The sun has set a while ago already, so this is the last little bit of daylight we're going to get. Perfect time, this changeover from day to night, the dusk time of the day. Nocturnal animals are waking up. I'm picturing an aardwolf walking across the slopes opposite us. I'm hoping we're going to find one. Now, of course, this particular area is so well suited for them. There are so many termite mounds, there's so many hiding places, burrows. Absolutely brilliant spot for a territorial aardwolf to set up its home. And in fact, the cheetahs move through here quite a bit as well. We've had them here quite a few times. It's a bit late for cheetahs, that's for sure, on this side, because it's already getting dark. We don't view them after dark, but aardwolf, oh, you best believe if we find an aardwolf, we are sticking with it for as long as is possible. Because it's so nice and open here. Imagine the views we would get of an aardwolf moving along, feeding as it starts its evening.
Yeah, so update on those lions. They started moving when we left. They were going a bit further northwards and they've gone into the woods. Currently, nobody can see them. They are trying to drive around there a little bit. And we'll head to that area if signal. If not, what I'm going to do, I'm going to drive around that right, copies those hills, look around a little bit with the searchlight, and the last shift on a leopard. I still have tomorrow. Okay, I'm still out tomorrow morning. Before Liam will take over tomorrow after. I'm gonna early next week. I'll keep away for a short bit. So that's what my plan is. I suspect might be a bit of a signal. I head over to Lauren.
And spotlight is out. It's almost just a little bit early for the spotlight. You still sometimes can't see when there's too much ambient light, but it is now that time. But what a drive! I hope you enjoyed the survival challenges. I hope you now know how to survive out here in the wild. Oh dear. And then of course Mohawk is still around, which is great news, and Tima's a new mom, and we even saw Batavia. Oh, what next? Sorry, this is just a junction where I always check for tracks. But if the cheetah crossed on, there's a high chance it might be around tomorrow. That's good news. I remember BK and I saw 4 cheetah on cheetah cut line. That's amazing, right? Are you impressed?
What?
4 cheetah on cheetah cut line.
That's what they call a cheetah cut line.
That's why they call it cheetah cut line. So you do get cheetahs here, but the sightings are few and far between. Nothing like Amakala or Madikwe. You tend to find cheetahs up the north on the sort of border between Bofusuk and the Mangileti a lot. Got nice big open areas, but not so much down here, as Cedric already explained. But it's good news for tomorrow. Dark main lover. Wallowing? No, I'm only joking. Obviously, Cedric and I had lots of fun today. We just wanted to celebrate with you guys, to say thank you for those that helped us. It really was just a lot of fun. But if you really are spending long periods of time out in the wilderness, maybe in really remote areas without cell reception, without any form of connectivity to the outside world, it is a really serious matter. And even when Davi and I went to the Central Kalahari Game Reserve with Chobe 4x4, we did have a guide and we had all the stuff with us, but it's a scary place when you're out there. You realize you're just miles from nothing, no connectivity. If you run out of water, you run out of fuel. Obviously you have spare jerry cans and you have sort of litres and litres of water with you, but it's amazing how fast you run through water. Drinking, maybe if you need to wash your hands, washing the dishes, water just disappears and you can't get that back. So even that experience alone, although we were in a car and we were very safe, it's amazing. You have to be very prepared for going out into the wild, and I think you need to really research how to start a fire. I think you need to think where you're going to get your food from. What if something goes wrong? Nowadays, you really should have a satellite phone. You need to be able to have enough water, and then if something goes wrong, how are you going to get water? You hear these stories, especially in the States, of people going hiking and getting lost, stuck, or just running out of water. So in all seriousness, survival skills are crucial. I think for any expedition or adventure you go on, you have to be fully prepared. There was actually a story from the Central Kalahari Game Reserve, and this is true. It was two, I want to say Polish girls, that were driving their 4x4 through the Central Kalahari Game Reserve, having a great time. Anyway, the grass was actually getting stuck in their engine and the car ended up catching on fire and it completely burnt out. It burnt everything they had and they had no means of transport. So 14 days later, they were still alive and walking through the reserve. And they actually got found by a camp that I was staying at called Grasslands. A man was out in a tractor and found these two girls and brought them home 14 days later. Can you honestly believe that? I think they were Swiss. Sorry, they were Swiss. And apparently they didn't even look human. It's really scary. But they were managing to dig for water and they were managing to hide up trees. But that is still a scary story for me. You've got to be really prepared. So enough chatting from me. Cedric is back with Mohawk.
Well, if I had these eyes looking at me while I was running over the dam wall, I would not mind to dive into the dam and to get away from this male lion. Isn't he beautiful? Old Mohawk. He is so beautiful. I've really grown to enjoy this male, as he is, like I was saying, he is such a diehard. In other words, he has just really grown to become a male that wants to look after his territory, wants to look after his pride, wants to look after this area that he dominates. And he's keeping fit. Like when I'm talking about fit, he's keeping healthy. He's eating. He's walking, he's moving, he's roaring. We saw him the other night, actually, I think, when was it? A few nights ago when he was roaring as well. So he's not afraid. He knows that he needs to hold this area. He knows that there's other two males that's come into this area called the dark black dam males. He knows it because they've already had a confrontation. So he knows that there is pressure on his territory. He knows it. But he's a fierce male. He's been here for a long time. He's got cubs from the prides that he has to look after. So he's got a role to play. He's got a job to fulfill. And that's exactly what he's doing. I know sometimes it sounds quite hectic, but that's how lions work. It's a hard life out here, and if you do not have a coalition members like brothers and that, it becomes even harder. And that's what's happened to him over the last year. He lost his 2 brothers, so things have become a little bit more difficult, not a little bit, actually way more difficult to control this area, to look after his pride, but he's doing it. He's doing what a male must do. So no matter what anybody says, I've got full respect for this male. A lot of people say dark mane, blondie, but Mohawk, he's got a heart of a lion. Exactly, he's even agreeing. And that's exactly what lions do. He will fulfill his role right to the end. Right to the end. When I looked at the Mapochos back in the days, King Gitel and Mr. T, they fulfilled their roles right to the bitter end until the Majingalans took over another coalition. But they fought to keep the area. They fought to secure their pride's confidence in them. And that's exactly what Mohawk is doing. He's still doing it. Michelle Stem, always, you know yourself. Mohawk's achievements has been forgotten in ways, but it does exist, if that makes sense. And that's exactly with Mohawk. That's why I can not reinstate, or I can say, state myself even more so, but a male lion will do what a male lion does. He'll look after his pride, he'll look after his territory, even if it's till the bitter end. And I've seen it with so many coalitions. I've seen so many coalitions coming through the northern Sabi Sands. Mapochos, Majingalans, then Matimbas, then the Birminghams, then the Avokas. Not even them. On top of that, there was other males called the Gajima males, the golf course male. There was other males as well. They got it's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure. So people think that the male lion doesn't do anything. People think that the male lion is very lazy. He is just like relies on females. Not at all. Not at all. It's actually completely opposite. Completely opposite. Here in the Sabi Sands or in the Greater Kruger Park. These boys are working. Anyway, I will continue with my story later on.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rut. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
While we're sitting here with old Mohawk, I just want to quickly announce the winner for today's survival challenge between Lauren and myself. It was a very exciting day. Very exciting day. I think Lauren, I really, honestly, I never thought Lauren would do certain things what she actually recommended for today. And climbing that tree, I drove past and I saw her in the tree, which was fantastic. She was high. She was like a little bird right on top of the little branches there. Second of all, when it came down to digging the hole for water, Lauren had just the feminine touch to actually wait patiently, dig it slowly, and scoop that water up just right to not have too much sediment in a glass. Of course, me, man must make fire. I just dug quickly as much as I just wanted to dig to the center of the earth, and of course I had so much sediment, but it's all right. It was not too bad. And she had the perfect glass of water. Well done, Lauren, on that as well. I think I really I take my hat off her. She's fantastic with that. Third challenge was, of course, wallowing, or trying to get away from an animal, because it's survival. Remember, survival. I'm surviving. I'm going to run away from a buffalo. I'm going to dive into a dam. Lauren wanted to go and wallow and survive from the heat and from the elements and all that. So we had different ideas there. My survival for diving into the dam went very pear-shaped, or very dam-shaped, or dam wall-shaped, and kind of bounced off and ended up in the water. That's fine. Lauren, I'm sure she had I did not hear much about that because I was just patching myself up from all my injuries, and well, I'm sure Lauren had a fantastic wallowing moment. So, after these three challenges, of course, we put out a poll on who had the best survival, skills and challenge. Well, sorry, Mohawk. I know I'm not supposed to clap because you're looking at me funny. But a little bit of a clap there. It's a golf course clap. Well done, Lauren. She got 55% of the poll, and I got 45. So, Lauren, you are the survival lady of the bush. Congratulations on that, and I would definitely bow over because I think you did very well. You really lived up to the challenges. I never expected that from you, from a Scottish girl, and it's fantastic. I think it was amazing. So, well done, Lauren, on the survival challenge for today. The winner. Chicken dinner. I think at the end of the day, all I have to do is, as I say, patch up the wounds, literally. Patch up. That's what I'll be doing tomorrow. So if you see me tomorrow morning out on drive and I've got a bit of, how can I say, if I put a little bit of effort to turn around, and if you hear me like complaining, like, then you'll know that, of course, the bruises have set in, and I am trying to do my best. No, I'm just joking. I'm a man. I can do it. I can live it. I can live it. No problem. I can get through this day and tomorrow morning and the next day. No problemo. Well, clearly Mohawk has decided not to enjoy my conversation. He's decided to just put his head down and fall asleep. Thanks, Mohawk. I thought we were actually... Oh, I do apologize about that. It's like, sometimes there's a little bit of a connection that's loose on our infrared, but we will sort that out very shortly.
presenter light.
Yeah, same as our presenter light. So we can't do much at the moment. We'll just have to look into the sky. Oh, there's Venus. Venus. What's that? What's that, Venus? I'm your Venus. I'm your fire. Yeah, that's it. I love that song. Let's go to Lauren.
Fantastic news, everyone. Thank you. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. No, I'm not gonna channel my inner Beyonce anymore. That would be painful for all of you guys. But yes, I did it. I was pretty nervous climbing that tree and completely out of breath, but you know, I'm obviously fit in some senses, but definitely not fit for climbing trees. Oh, but it was fun and I hope you all enjoyed it. And Cedric did awesome too. Not as good as me, but awesome, you know. And he fell into the dam. I think that will live down in history in some of the bloopers of WildEarth, that's for sure. People have done some crazy things, but I don't think anyone has actually fallen into the dam. But now Cedric has. It's great news. Oh, we've been preparing for that afternoon for quite a while. I channeled my inner leopard, our inner elephants. I mean, I tried to go for a rhino, but probably ended up like beached whale. But that's fine. At least it's an animal. Okay, this is my last attempt at finding some animals in the dark. Sometimes you get lucky and then sometimes... This is quite a dense road. So you might get lucky with some owls. It's called Jigga Jigga. We used to have a car called Jigga. I do miss that car. It's been cannibalized though to give the parts to Wendy and Rusty. Jake, thank you for your congratulations. I'm very much looking forward to going to watch it all back and to see how it actually looked on camera. That's going to be entertaining. And I'll celebrate tonight with a very strong chamomile tea. I'm very into chamomile tea right now. It is such a vibe. But do keep your questions pouring in at this time of night. It definitely does become tricky to find animals. It's tough. So at least if we don't find anything, we can chat to you guys about anything. Survival right through to whatever you want to talk about. Okay, we're going to continue our bumble in the dark to see what we can find.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
unforgettable adventure in the wild? Imagine living with the animals you see on TV while getting an inside look at how a live safari TV show operates. We're thrilled to offer this experience through our 7, 14 and 28-day EcoCam experiences. You'll live in the charming, rustic eco-training camp at Pridelands in the Greater Kruger National Park. Each day, you'll join the broadcast vehicle with a camera operator and naturalist presenter as they broadcast live onto WildEarth, the 24/7 wildlife television channel that reaches 7 million people a month. And the experience doesn't stop there. You'll also get a taste of what it's like to be a safari guide. Eco-Training has been training Africa's leading safari guides for over 2 decades. You'll participate in guide training, bushwalks, bush clearing and other activities alongside students in the Eco-Training Safari Guide Group. You'll sleep out in the bush and take turns at guard duty with the guiding students. This is an adventure you'll never forget. Come and join us for the bush experience of a lifetime.
An absolutely incredible opportunity to train with eco-training at Pridelands. So many different things on offer. Don't miss out. Very good. On this side, we are still very unskillfully searching for an aardwolf. But we'll take anything that comes along, black-back jackal, brown hyena, you know, if it just wants to pop out, or a striped polecat or an African weasel. Or a big elephant. An owl. We've had such good owl luck recently. 2 eagle owls in the last week. We're really hoping that the nocturnal animals are going to be quite happy with a slightly warmer temperature. I'm not even wearing a beanie yet. And I've only just put on an extra layer of blanket. Gina, I'd love to see that aardwolf dance. If you want to share it, please do. But thank you for doing the aardwolf dance tonight. Let's hope that it pays off. It's all we can hope for at this point. Patience is key. Right place, right time, all the good things. Got to get them all lined up. Not the easiest task. Now we have moved away from the central part of Amakhala. We're slowly moving back west, which means we're about to enter the dune thicket. My favorite. So this area in particular is now a different aardwolf's territory, but also brown hyena territory. I'm hoping we're going to get lucky. I mean, there's literally just thickets everywhere, and it's all these sweetthorn thickets, which is really cool. So beautiful. Okay, wish us luck. Keep doing your aardwolf dance. We'll send you back over to Cedric. He's got his infrared light working, and he's still with Mohawk.
All right, well, we finally got the infrared light going, and we are still here with Mohawk. He's just got his head up now. But I'm thinking, when last has his male roared? When last have we actually heard Mohawk call? Does he want to call? Does he want to give his position away? That's the question. Does he feel confident about it? That's another question. It's almost like young males that's nomadic, and they don't want to set up a territory yet, and they're just moving through areas. And what they do, they can roar, but they don't want to roar, because they rather stay, how can I say, secretive in the area without being noticed. Maybe that's Mohawk's idea. Because if he does roar now, he's going to get the attention of other males. He'll get the attention of a male that's just north of us, the S8 male. Maybe he just doesn't want to have that confrontation. He doesn't want to have that challenge. Or if he roars, he might get the attention of two other young male lions called the black dam males, and he doesn't want them to come up this side. Cindy D, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't think he's going to. The reason for that is you have to put yourself now. I know we don't like putting ourselves into their position and thinking what they're thinking, because we can't. We know what they're thinking. But just by understanding the dynamics of lions and what they do and when they want to do it, that's the thing. If Mohawk really wants to get a hold of his pride, then Kulma pride, he would be roaring now. It's dark, it's pitch dark. We're in infrared. I can't even see him when I look to the right, but luckily for the infrared light. But he doesn't want to do that. I think what he'll want to do, he'll rather try and pick up the scent by smell and follow that scent and maybe locate them. Maybe contact calling might be the next thing. But roaring is not like, this is my territory. He doesn't want to say that now. No, I don't think he wants to say that now. Because he feels, I feel that Mohawk feels a little bit vulnerable because he hasn't got that pride with him. He hasn't got his sons with him. He hasn't got the pride with him. He's very much by himself. If he does that, if he roars, then he attracts other males. As I said, the S8 male or the black dam males. He doesn't want to do that. I think he's more in a mindset of, at that old, yeah, I'm here, I'm still here, but when I've got my pride with me, yes, then I feel confident. You can imagine. Oh, when I've got my pride with me, I feel confident because it's the females, it's my youngsters, it's the young boys with me. Yes, I feel confident. But when I'm by myself, hold on. I feel a little bit vulnerable. I'm not going to go and expose myself. Don't you think? That's how I feel for what he is doing now. That's why we did not hear him last night. That's why we did not hear him calling. If we heard him calling last night, different story. Same as this morning. Well, okay, well now, okay, I'll continue the story later on. can see. He's still getting his head up. So what he's doing now is he's keeping very still. So what he's doing is trying to listen out. Maybe picks up on calling of other males, calling of prides, the smells coming through. So what he's doing now, especially I think more I can say noise than anything else. You can see those ears pointing forward. Fantastic sense of hearing. Oh, a bit of a yawn, a huge indicator that maybe he wants to start moving very shortly. If you want, you can fog your light lower if you want to. Huh? Sorry, I just want to giving these other guys another vehicle that's right there with a guess. They have got a light, so they don't have infrared like we do.
Something. Is it a scrub here? I'm not sure. Possibly. Here. I don't want to blind it though. I don't want to keep the spotlight on. Ah, what is this? Oh, is it just a scrub here? You've got it in frame, don't worry, but it's a scrub here. Hello, scrubber. I thought for just a moment we had a mongoose. Last minute scrub here, yay! To top off what has been a fantastic drive. But it really has. I'm just being sarcastic. Survival challenges all complete. And in all honesty, that mud wallow was not bad at all. I mean, it was a little bit creepy getting into, but felt kind of nice. Trevor, you're saying it's been a thrilling drive and that challenge was too funny. I think our scrub here has disappeared. Our mongoose stroke scrub here. I got excited there. Trevor, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out, but it went okay. If neither Cedric nor I show up for drive tomorrow, then we're both sick and ill in bed. From drinking that water and wallowing in, well, a mud wallow that probably contains all sorts of things that I just don't want to think about. But it felt nice. I can see why the animals do it. Coda, you're welcome. You are so welcome. As long as you giggled, then that's all that matters. I'm also really tired. We raced about like crazy today to do those challenges. Can't wait to jump into bed, that's for sure. And then of course I can't wait for sunrise. I love sunrise safari. I can't wait to get to that den and just see new Mummy and Tima and maybe get a brief visual of those cubs or cub that she's hiding there. How exciting. Aren't we lucky that we get to go to that den? We're very lucky. I do wish they would come back onto Juma, but, well, whether that'll happen or not, I don't know. But we're also lucky it's not very deep into Little Gowrie. It's shallow. It's not that far from the sort of southern boundary. We're lucky in so many ways. Okay, come on, mongoose. Oh, I think I can give you a wonderful surprise. We do have a last minute zebra. How's that, Kat? The zebras are back on quarantine. It's not a last minute white-tailed mongoose, but that's okay. It's still black and white. I'm so happy they're still around. I'm convinced it's the same herd. will be able to identify it from that one that's got the marks on his bum. Yes, hello you. But on that note, everyone, we have come to that time in the evening where the sunset safari is a wrap. It was a fun one, though, that is for sure. One I won't be forgetting in a hurry. So I'm going to go and celebrate with my chamomile tea. Cedric, well, he might have something stronger. But I just want to say thank you to you all for jumping on board. Thank you for joining in on all the fun, your comments and questions. And please do join us tomorrow for the sunrise safari. Until then, everyone, good night.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.